All right, so first up is public comment. There were no email requests for public comment. Is there anyone online that would like to offer 2 minutes of public comment? Hearing none.
All right, do we go to the next item?
Yeah, so our next item up, our partners from Community Planning, Housing and Development have asked to join us this morning to give an update on the affordability requirements for elder care uses in the Columbia Pike Neighborhoods Form-Based Code. And so Olivia Sontag and Matt Matusek, hopefully I said that right, Matt, have joined us and to give us an update. So the floor is yours.
Thanks, Helen. Appreciate it. All right, can everybody see the screen that I've shared?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay, perfect. So we're proposing several different changes to the form-based code, but the primary objective here is to expand options to meet the affordability requirements in the neighborhood's form-based code, specifically for elder care uses. So this would expand them similarly to the options allowed for site plans elsewhere in the county. So a little bit of background here. Elder care uses were not always listed as uses in the zoning ordinance. They were added back in November of 2019. And when I say elder care uses, that's includes independent living, assisted living, continuing care, and nursing homes. So unfortunately, in 2019, they were inadvertently excluded from being added to the neighborhoods form-based code, the neighborhoods and commercial form-based code. So this was remedied in September of this year when those uses were now added under the residential use category in the neighborhoods form-based code, which is great, but we continue to hear from developers and providers that meeting the affordability requirements in the neighborhoods form-based code is very challenging because right now, specifically in the neighborhoods form-based code, because they're listed under the residential use category, they have to provide on-site units and don't have the option to provide a cash contribution. And then just a quick side note, I'm going to be focusing on the neighborhoods form-based code because the commercial form-based code does not currently have any affordability requirements if someone were to propose an elder care project. So there were a couple different things that we looked at specifically when we were considering this amendment. The first was that just for kind of ease of implementation, that elder care should be a separate use category in the neighborhoods form-based code. And then we also identified that it should also be a separate category in the zoning ordinance. So we're looking at implementing that into both. The other item was whether or not independent care should be included in those elder care uses, because right now it's not included under the group living category. So we are proposing to include that under the elder care uses umbrella. And then the third item was that cash contribution options, after having conversations with providers and just kind of hearing the challenges of providing on-site units, especially if there's a mix of different elder care uses provided within one facility, is challenging, and that the cash contribution option seemed appropriate. So this just gives you a little bit of a snapshot of what the changes would include. So right now in kind of the bold blue are all of the existing use categories. So this elder care would be a completely new use category for the neighborhoods form-based code. And then again here, you can see an example of the neighborhoods form-based code table where we'd see that new category. Still requiring a use permit, a neighborhoods form-based code use permit for those uses. And then we're also going to apply the parking standards that currently exist in the zoning ordinance to the neighborhoods form-based code requirements. So 0.5 spaces per bedroom for independent, assisted, and continuing care, and then 5 spaces per bed for nursing homes. And then similarly, we're addressing the lack of bike parking requirements in the neighborhood's form-based code. So these would be similar to the requirements for a hotel. And then this is kind of the main piece of the amendment, which adds specifically adds list elder care use categories under the cash contribution option. As part of this amendment, we're also proposing to add civic uses to this cash contribution category. And then again, just to kind of tidy up the zoning ordinance with this amendment, we would be removing the existing definition of elder care uses, and it would be placed in Article 12 in the use standards. So it'd be spelled out a little bit more specifically, listing all the characteristics, the examples of what those facilities are, accessory uses, and then just explaining which uses are not included. And then similarly to the neighborhood's form-based code, we'd be adding that elder care use category to several different tables in the zoning ordinance, including the public districts, residential, multifamily, and then commercial use districts. So we visited the zoning committee last week. We'll go to the form-based code advisory working group this Wednesday, and then our next steps after that are going to planning commission, the housing commission at least once, and then county board for RTA for a request to advertise in November, and then the county board hearing this December. So happy to take questions, and Matt, feel free to jump in if there's anything I missed.
Do we have any questions? Audrey?
I'm relatively new to housing, but I chair the housing committee, so I'm asking this question because I've heard that finding committed affordable housing units is very difficult. And so developers are tending to give money to this pot, but the pot is not big enough to cover the cost of an affordable unit right now. And so this seems to me not inordinately helpful for the elders themselves who are looking for this.
Just to clarify, and good morning, everyone, are you asking generally in terms of the affordability of all housing, or are we restricting that question just to elder care units?
Elder care units, and we need more committed affordable units, and so I don't know that that money is necessarily an offset that helps. Is that money that's designated for in lieu of the committed affordable unit designated for elders, for older adults, or could that go into a pot applicable to anyone?
Right now, let me backtrack for a second. The money would be collected in similar fashion as affordable housing projects would be. And while there is some tracking, it isn't specifically tied to a destination that we would know at the time of the collection. So, and this is true for all affordable housing contributions from other site plans throughout the county. But I think what's really important here is that this is one of several steps that we are taking to make sure that the feasibility of elder care projects is actually something we can achieve throughout the county, but in this case, particularly along Columbia Pike. And there are several barriers in our zoning ordinance that currently prohibit that from happening. So Olivia mentioned earlier, the use itself was not previously permitted. So as we were getting new development along the corridor, this use was actually not something that developers could entertain. Once we've right-sided that, we started to take a look at the parking ratios, the affordable housing requirements. And I think as those get right-sided, the final piece, I think, is going to be what other sources of subsidies can we start to target to make sure that in addition to the use being delivered, we can also make sure that there's some affordability tied with that use. And I think that is a much bigger issue that has not been solved yet throughout the county, not just Columbia Pike.
Do we have any other questions?
Yeah, I have
so-
a question.
Yes, Joan, go ahead.
I'm wondering, what are the parameters for the neighborhood form-based code? Is it just in the Columbia Pike area? It's not in the entire county, I don't believe. So can you give me the guidelines or the borders for it?
We can share a map that outlines the borders of what's included in both the neighborhoods form-based code and the commercial form-based code, but it's generally along the spine of the pike and maybe a street or two kind of out from the pike. But we can share those boundaries. They're very specific in certain areas. It's not very consistent.
Well, is there any plan to expand the form-based code in planning in Arlington?
Not to our knowledge. I don't think that's on the work plan currently.
Okay, thank you.
All right, Anthony, you're next.
Thanks, William. My name is Anthony. I chair the legislative committee. I had a question. Why Columbia Pike?
For this amendment specifically. So currently elsewhere in the county, if an elder care use was proposed, they would have access, in order to meet the affordability requirements, they would be allowed to provide a cash contribution or on-site units. They have access to both of those options. Right now, Columbia Pike, which, the reason that we're here is that we work specifically on, on different use permits and amendments within the Columbia Pike corridor. But in this case, it currently only has access to that on-site option. So we now have, the uses listed, so people can provide, elder care projects, but we're still hearing that those projects are just not feasible because they don't have a way to meet the affordability requirements at this point. That pencils out.
Yeah, and I think we also, in the past, the form-based code as a tool, there's two along Columbia Pike. The original one was adopted about 20 years ago. The neighborhoods residential one was adopted 10 years ago. And we had, at least one property owner, inform us that at some point they were contemplating partnering with a elder care provider, but there were just too many restrictions in the form-based code that allowed that path to move forward. It may perhaps in the future, but we wanted to make sure that in addition to all the other challenges that the market establishes, cost-wise, land-wise, that the regulations that we have in place do not inadvertently treat elder care any differently than we would multifamily, because with our analysis and what's been identified already countywide, that is actually part of the vision we want to achieve along Columbia Pike, and I think it should have a path forward, much like any other use we have currently in the code.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear specifically why was Columbia Pike chosen at this juncture? Is that just where your focus areas are currently, or is there another reason why that would have been chosen here initially? It sounds like this is the initial step where we're trying to get it going on Columbia Pike.
Well, I can start that, but if Hillary wants to piggyback, but the actual focus really started in 2019 when other staff in our planning division brought forward a much larger elder care zoning ordinance amendment. And there was actually two different instances, I believe in September and December of that year, where you may have seen staff reports and county board action impacting multiple zoning districts throughout the county to ensure this very level of change was being incorporated to allow elder care uses to move forward. That included very similar permission of uses, parking adjustments to right size it for that use, and several other factors that involved much of the zoning ordinance. The form-based code, which is part of the zoning ordinance, did not receive as much attention at the time. So I think we're really going back and making sure that it catches up to where the rest of the county is in terms of making sure elder care projects can move forward.
Okay. So yeah, thanks for that clarification. Linda, you had a question, and Alice, you also have a question. So Linda, go ahead.
My question is how you calculated the cash contribution. It has long been understood that in market rate multifamily, the cash contribution lags behind what is the true cost. And although it's wonderful to contribute that to AHIP, it's really not enough to compensate for the lack of affordable housing being included in commercial multifamily market rate development. So how is the cash contribution being calculated here? Is it different, and is there any way that there will be a not mark to market, that's a kind of fancy way of saying it, but adjusted for inflation?
I'll let Matt kick that off, but I've just shared on my screen the current cash contribution requirements in the form-based code.
Yeah, and this is very similar to the way the recent Sunrise application was treated along Glebe Road, near but just outside of our planning area along Columbia Pike. And while the figures here are based in, I believe, 2020, which under bullet A3, I think dictates, once that is indexed, the values do go up because of inflation and other factors each year. So what was applied to Sunrise, I believe last month or a couple of weeks ago, included higher rates. But despite those going up incrementally, it doesn't address, I think, the larger issue of what you're describing, which is the pure cost of what it would involve to subsidize an actual unit, and doing so for 30 years, which would bring an inconsistency with multifamily affordability. And that's something that we just continue to strive for, to identify additional subsidies and additional options throughout the county, not just Columbia Pike. But this amendment does not quite solve that just yet.
And do you have a time frame when that will happen?
Unfortunately, I do not, other than there is housing staff working with us to evaluate what that means, and also doing so within the framework of our zoning ordinance and the Commonwealth of Virginia, which does restrict some options from being entertained. So I think we have a very specific parameter within which to work in. But it's simply an acknowledgement of, let's make sure that the zoning ordinance is not the reason why we're not seeing elder care. And then once it is permitted and has a path forward, let's see what we can do about its affordability.
All right. In the interest of time, we got Alice and Charlie. Anyone else? Okay, and Rachel as well. All right, Alice, you're next.
Good morning, Alice Hogan from Alliance for Housing Solutions. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. I had a quick question and then a follow-up with Matt. In the description, there was a mention, I thought, to the cash contribution or the public benefits section of it could be for affordable housing or something civic uses, and I was wondering what that meant, and then I have a follow-up to the previous question. Did I hear something about civic uses? What was that?
Yes, we're proposing to add civic uses under the cash contribution option. And Matt, I don't know if you have a little more of the history on that.
It's simply more of a technical adjustment or cleanup, if you will, in that the form-based code currently allows civic uses from being introduced in mixed-use projects, but does not explicitly indicate how those civic uses would meet the affordability requirements. And since we are segregating those uses such that the residential ones have to provide on-site units and all others have the cash contribution applied to them, we wanted to make sure that that was explicitly noted for civic uses as well as commercial and retail.
So I'm sorry, does that mean that a contribution doesn't necessarily go into the Affordable Housing Investment Fund? it can be used for other things?
No, it doesn't really speak to its purpose. It would go into the AHIF.
Okay, thank you. And then my follow-up is, I spoke also on Saturday about the Sunrise property. Just, obviously disappointment in the community that there's no affordability on site there. And of course, they didn't have to, so why would they? And as Linda pointed out, the contribution that they're making is far less expensive than even subsidizing a unit, any rental unit in the county, never mind, as we said, all these other costs of an affordable elder care type unit. And so my question at that meeting, and then again today, is, what are we doing about that? And I'm just asking broadly, is this commission, is the housing division, who is really looking into this like extra expensive type unit when we're struggling even to subsidize regular affordable units? This is a whole nother category. And it just seems like for years it's been like, oh, it's too complicated. We can't. But we have to do something, right? Like thousands of people are moving into this category and needing this type of a unit, and we don't have any. So just curious, either on the commission side or perhaps on staff side, is a working group or something coming together to try to tackle these two halves of a very expensive unit?
I'm happy to kick things off, and related back to what we were saying earlier. There needs to be, I think, a broader acknowledgement of this. Is this use even necessary? And I think we heard that loud and clear years ago. And I think the first step needs to be, is there anything in our zoning ordinance that prevents that use from being even proposed? Is there even any market interest in developing those type of projects anywhere in the county? And I think what we've been focusing on in the last couple of years, particularly since 2019, is there are some obstructions there that we need to clean up. And I think what we're proposing here is really part of that assessment. What the next phase, if you will, of that review is, now that those projects have a path forward, how do we make sure, as elder care projects even entertain locating in Arlington County or Columbia Pike in this case, how do we make sure that moving forward, we have a better chance of achieving some level of affordability, realizing how difficult that is and acknowledging how different these projects are from the normal multifamily residential projects that we're used to seeing. The level of service, number of units, the entire financing structure that has to be involved, and how much more that complicates things in terms of our ability to extract or secure on-site affordable units. So while staff from the housing division and even some in DHS, I believe, have been looking at this for quite some time, I am not aware of any specific working group that has been established to kind of tackle that bigger question.
All right, Matt. In the interest of time, Charlie, you had a question?
I'd like to know if these slides are available online.
Yes, they're available, and I can send over another copy to
send it to
Helen.
Yeah. All right. And next, Rachel.
Matt and Olivia, thank you for this presentation. I think for the commission and especially the housing committee, this is something that we have been looking at for many years, and we'll continue to look at not just Arlington, but what other communities are doing to address this issue. One of the things I wanted to ask is, you mentioned that the developers themselves have said that, it's not possible for them to have affordable on-site units for the assisted living side. And we recognize that's an additional cost. There's licensing that's involved with that. But you also mentioned that some of the possibilities would be a combination of independent living and assisted living. Has there been a discussion or a distinction in offering affordable on-site units for the independent living side, recognizing that the developers are not able to provide that on-site for the assisted living side?
A very similar question came up at the zoning committee meeting. So it is something that we're looking into, and we do have some discussions coming up just to kind of learn a little bit more about that and whether or not it feels appropriate to distinguish the two, or include independent living under the residential on-site unit requirements category.
Thank you.
All right, well, thank you. Any other questions? No, all right. So thank you, Olivia and Matt, appreciate it. Very lively discussion and a lot of interest from the commission as well as from our public. So thank you very much, appreciate your slides and your presentation. All right, we'll move on to our next agenda item. Thanks a lot. Approval of the September meeting minutes. Do we have a motion to approve? Any second? Second. All right. So, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Excuse
Andrea.
me, this is, oh, hi. There was a couple of changes that needed to be made to my report from September. And I sent them to Helen. So if we could just go and approve the minutes with those changes, which were just, then that's fine with me.
Andrea, when did you send those?
I sent it right before I went for my school bus walk. So I'm really sorry. It was like
Okay,
8:20.
All right, I have them. Okay, hold on, I do have them. So what I can do, so it says that this morning is the, well, I'm not sure where the corrections are for the minutes, Andrea. You see your report for the US bus, but.
Okay, here's the correct, easy, is that, 17 of the 26 students for the passengers, I would say, on the walking school bus this year, 17 are new, and that's not exactly the way the minutes read. And the other thing was, in the Alliance report, is Apex is the property. It is not, I can't remember how the minutes are phrased, but is that the Alliance Internet Essentials program was taking place in the facility that's called Alliance. But anyway, it was clear. Don't worry, it's in my original report, and it's also in that email. So those are minor changes. So if we could just make those, that's fine.
All right, thank you, Andrea. Sounds like non-controversial changes, so subject to those amendments, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All right, the minutes are approved, thank you.
Oh, Claire Jacobson, I'm on the phone. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Claire.
I'm sorry, William, I'm Claire Jacobson. I'm on the phone. I'm not a commission member, but I'm a member of three of the committees. And I had a question regarding parking standards for the presenters, but I don't know whether they have left or not.
Yes, unfortunately they have left.
Claire, if you would like to send your question to us, we can follow up with them.
Pardon?
You can email us your question. This is Rachel, and we can follow up with staff.
Okay, thanks, Rachel. Yeah, I had a question concerning what they shared as the parking standard. I thought they said 1.14, I think, or something. I had a question and concerns about the low parking standard, which I think is unrealistic. But anyway, I'll email you my question. Thanks, Rachel. Thank you.
It said 0.05. 0.5, sorry, half a parking space per bedroom. Per bedroom.
Is it bedroom or bed?
In nursing homes, it's for bed, but for other places for unit.
I can follow up.
Yeah.
It had bed in them.
Great.
Yeah.
So So in the interest of time, we can follow up with that. And please email the question to Rachel, and we'll be glad to follow up on it, Claire. Thank you so much. All right. Chair's report and executive committee. So here are a couple of things that I came across my desk this past month. Just briefly, we had a legislative breakfast with NBAN and worked on a working group to promote virtual meetings so that older adults can not only listen, but to lead commissions and boards. We're still working on that with our representatives, and we can follow up on that. Rachel asked for support for the Aging and Disability Services application for grants to become, for a grant to become a benefit enrollment center. We supported that. Supported Andrea's application for a community challenge grant for a walking school bus. October 6th, we met with Delegate Elizabeth Bannon Parker as part of a team to discuss ideas to enact a virtual meeting without limit on number of meetings per year. A lot of great ideas. October 10, the Housing Committee prepared a letter in support of Sunrise Development. The Executive Committee supported that. We sent that to Libby Garvey on the County Board. And October 11, NVAN had a meeting to coordinate outreach to members of the General Assembly. October 13, met with, as a group, led by the Legislative Committee with Senator Favola and future delegate and current member of the Commission, Adele McClure, regarding legislative priorities. So in general, that's my chair's report. I also just wanted to touch briefly on change and teamwork and our mission. You know, change is hard. This is a time of change, but as we all know, in order to grow, we have to change. And to do that, I'm interested in your ideas about change, you know, strengths that we have, and how we can employ them to exploit any opportunities that are coming our way, as well as, you know, to build on weaknesses so that we can overcome any obstacles, any threats that come our way. So please let us discuss and focus on the mission of the commission, which is to advocate for older adults in Arlington, as well, and specifically focused on those with the greatest social or economic needs that are included in that are specified in the Older Americans Act. So so raise your ideas, your inspiration, your goals, and work on them in the committees, and of course discuss them here. For the more complex ideas, please prepare some background, some bullets, and share them so that we can discuss and think about them and be efficient in our deliberations. So I look forward to working with you. I appreciate all your contributions, and our future is bright, and I'm glad to be a part of this team. All right. So with that, staff reports.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, William. Clearly, you've had a busy first month as chair, and hopefully that will continue. Yes, exactly. So thank you. I have just a few updates from the Agency on Aging. First of all, yesterday kicked off Medicare open enrollment season. Open enrollment runs every year from October 15th to December 7th. It is a busy time of year for our VICAP team. So if you have questions, or if you know people in the community that have questions about their Medicare coverage, please do have them call the VICAP team or email the VICAP team. And I'll ask Michelle to put the email and the number into the chat, but the extension, so the phone number is 703-228-1725, or you can email medicarehelp@arlingtonva.us. That's the best way to get in touch with the team all year round, but especially now during this particularly busy season. They do have several outreach events planned in the community to inform and then do one-on-one counseling with individuals. And they are very much targeting this year, like they have in previous years, some of the affordable housing communities within Arlington. So big shout out to the VICAP team. Have a great open enrollment season, and we've got your backs. So we talked a lot about the budget amendment for $700,000 for the AAAs to make them right. That stayed in the budget when it was approved. Apparently not everything that was in the budget amendment stayed, and so we were very grateful that And it's in part due to all of your work in reaching out to our delegation to let them know how important this is. So what we found out at the B4A meeting last week, though, is that money is not one-time money. It is ongoing funding. So we're even more excited about that. It is definitely a help, but as you all know, you know, it's just a drop in the bucket compared to the need that we see coming down the road. So there will be more, I think, even starting in this year from B4A, starting to advocate for increasing funds for home and community-based services. So that is definitely something we will be watching. DARS is continuing recruitment for the new Deputy Commissioner for Aging Services. This is a result of the Elevate Aging initiative that was kicked off 2 years ago, 3 years ago, several years ago. But anyway, the results, at least for now, is that there will be a separate division for aging services. They are doing second interviews. It was either last week or this week. And so hopefully we will know who that person will be very soon. Okay. Speaking of recruiting, in the Agency on Aging, we are currently recruiting for a developmental ADRC supervisor, our Aging and Disability Resource Center. And this is to backfill while Dr. Shandia Johnson is on her developmental assignment with RAFT. And so hopefully we will get some great candidates, and this person will be in place for about 9 months, and then more to come on that. We are also recruiting for a part-time Agency on Aging nutritionist. We've had somebody filling for 6 hours a week. It's not been enough to keep up with the requirements that DARS is levying on us. So we've gotten approval now to recruit for a part-time 20 hours a week nutritionist. Very excited about that, and very excited to get somebody on board. Continuing on the nutrition theme, our last pop-up farmers market will be held this Thursday at the Carlin. It will be our first time at the Carlin, so we're very excited to be going there. Senior farmers market coupons can continue to be used through November 18th. So if anybody happens to ask you, I have my coupons, are they still good? As long as they can get to a market that's still open, and the main one in Courthouse on Saturday mornings stays open through November, they can use their coupons through November 18th. We will be, we've had a lot of talk in these meetings about the senior loops. That contract will end in May. And so we are looking to be sending out an RFP early next year, early in 2024. So if you have any input for me on what you'd like to see on a senior league program, please email that to me. I will take it into consideration as we develop that statement of work for the senior league program. All right. And my last update, I would like to give a huge shout out and thanks to Tom. Where are you? Sitting in the back here. So Tom Daly has been with us for 5 years. This is his last Commission on Aging meeting with us, though. We are very sad to see him go. He does a tremendous job helping me collect the minutes and get them organized so that when I review them to send out to you, we know that you will do great wherever you land. So
I will miss you all.
Yes.
We'll miss you too.
All righty. And that's my report. Any questions for me before I turn it over to Rachel?
Jim?
Yes.
Yeah. When is the RFP going out?
I don't know a specific date. Early next year. It's
Oh, okay. So
Yeah.
we have some time.
a little bit of time to gather some. Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Do we have any other questions? When is the market for the Carlin?
Thursday, so that's the 19th at 2 o'clock.
2 o'clock.
Yep.
Okay. Important.
Yes.
All right, Rachel?
Well, good morning, everyone, and congratulations again to Chair Way and our Vice Chair, Cameron. Very excited for the transition, and thank you again to Linda for your leadership. So just a few updates that I have. As William mentioned, we did apply for the National Council on Aging's Benefit Enrollment Center application. And so thank you to the Commission on Aging, to Wendy and Arlington Neighborhood Village, as well as our housing and homelessness continuum of care, who helped draft letters of support. We will keep you all updated and will hopefully be selected, and it will help us to really target some of our efforts, especially for older adults who are experiencing housing instability and homelessness. But it's efforts that through our BICAP program, our Aging and Disability Resource Center, we're already initiating, but we'll hopefully have more of a targeted work plan in reaching some of the individuals who truly are some of the most vulnerable. Thank you, as Helen mentioned, thank you for your advocacy to DARS and the state legislators around funding. Your advocacy to the county board has helped lead to the development with APA and Crystal House 6. Crystal House is located in sort of the Crystal City area, National Landing, whatever we'd like to call it. But it will be an independent living residence developed for adults 62 and above. And we met with the developers, with APA, and heard that the county board specifically asked for senior housing. So again, just thank you for your advocacy with that. Our adult day program recently completed a study of adult day in the county. And I'd love to have Michael DiGeronimo, the administrator, the program director there, do a presentation to the commission and really just talk about their services. We also could maybe meet over the adult day program, but it really is a phenomenal program, offers caregiver support and respite, and the study revealed some really exciting potential opportunities for adult day programs. One of the things, and I see Denise on the call as well, Denise has been a management intern, really focused on our guardianship and WINGS program. The program is being recognized by the county board tomorrow. So if anyone is free between probably 3 and 4 o'clock, and you'd like to come recognize, celebrate the program, then you're welcome to join us in the county board meeting room or online. But just a big kudos and shout out to Denise for the great work that she's been doing, our volunteer guardians. And if you know anyone who might be interested in a very committed but very impactful volunteer opportunity, please do get in touch with us, with Denise, and she can share more information about that opportunity. And then just the last two things that I have, thank you for the letters and the advocacy, the meetings you have with the county board. I did want to just share with the letters and the process. You know, as staff, we really just try to be a support to everyone with the letters that are drafted. It is a great way for advocacy. We do have an internal process for the Commission on Aging, and that process really is more of a review of the letters. It's for us to look at the information that's there. If there's any questions about it, any fact checking kind of we need to do, any outreach we need to do with staff and other departments, you know, we try to do that. Our leadership within the department does review the letters. I think in at least the 8 years I've been connected to the Agency on Aging, there's really only been one letter that our leadership had said, you might want to phrase it this way. And not surprisingly, it was related to affordability of assisted living. I think in the letter, it was mentioned that the county has not supported affordable assisted living. And the recommendation was, you know, the county through DHS does provide financial assistance and support for both Culpeper Gardens Assisted Living and Mary Marshall, but it was a suggestion. Fortunately, it was included. And what happens sometimes is with those letters, the county board will often come back to us as staff and just ask about, you know, can you provide some clarity or just around that. And then also with the media requests, if anyone is a fervent reader of Our Now, which I'm sure we all are, you probably saw the letter about Sunrise recently. There was a response that the Commission on Aging provided about there have been no new developments of assisted living in Arlington since the 1980s. That was not correct. Emeritus Brookdale Vitality, all the same name, was opened and developed in 1999. and then Mary Marshall in 2011. So that's just another opportunity that, even just giving us a heads up, we can help to provide some of that information, reach out to staff to confirm. But if anyone does get a media request, at the very least, please make sure that William knows, especially if it is a response from the Commission on Aging. I don't think William knew, staff didn't know either. So just if you do receive a request, the other thing with media requests is that we need to make sure the county board knows that the Commission on Aging is responding. So that's why we're here. We're here as staff to support everyone with that. But if there is a process or efficiencies with the letters to the county board or the media request, we can discuss that with William and Kathy and in the executive committee meetings. But at this point, again, we're here to support. We do adhere to the internal process. Internal.
It is an internal process.
We try to make it very quick. Yes.
So, okay, go ahead.
Thank you.
Yeah, so Rachel, appreciate it. Thanks for the clarification and emphasis, and we're gonna work hard to help you help us. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
So, all right, Hamuna,
Yeah.
how are you doing?
Good morning, everyone.
Morning.
It's good to see you again in person. Congratulations again. We are excited, and we are here to support you and the commission. And piggybacking off of Rachel and Helen, VICAP, go Michelle, you're ready. Michelle has done an amazing job with volunteer recruitment, probably the highest and the most diverse we have seen in all of our years. So congratulations, and we're here to support you, Michelle. 1212 Irving Street, I mentioned that there would be a grand opening last month, and we had that grand opening. This is the first of its kind for developmental disability individuals who have developmental disabilities and high exceptional medical needs. It's a 6-bedroom home right there in the Douglas, what's the other part of Douglas Park community. So we had a really nice grand opening. It has universal design, so I'm excited to be able to offer more tours before we fully occupy 1212 Urban Street. So if it's something that the commission wants to see, we do have an upcoming open house again. I believe it's on the 26th from 4 to 7 p.m. Stop by, we'll have tours then. And then I hope to open it up for the long-term care residents liaison meeting. Our next meeting will be there. So you all are welcome to join us for that meeting, which is on November the 9th at 9:30. We'll be there. And then another warm congratulations to our volunteer guardianship program, as Rachel mentioned. Denise, I see you on there. So it's really a remarkable time for us to celebrate the decade long of this thriving program, and many of you that served as pioneers and making it come to fruition. And so we'll be celebrating that tomorrow. And then,
Maimuna, we have a
Can you
question.
talk about the volume? How many people are in the program, the growth that you've seen, and how volunteers have been able to meet that need?
that's right, Denise actually is closest to the data and the numbers. Denise, did you hear the question?
Hey, good morning. Are you guys able to hear me? Okay, so the question was how many clients? I heard part of it.
Data points, if you could just share the existing number of attorneys and non-attorneys that we have serving as volunteer guardians, as well as just any highlights around also the wings, because you've done a remarkable job with the delinquency rate as well.
Oh, yes. So in terms of the volunteer guardianship program, we have 21 volunteers. 12 of them are attorneys. It's a little hard to measure because the attorneys take on a lot of pro bono cases, and we have one that takes a lot of the VHC cases, so it's kind of hard to measure exactly how many they have on their caseload. I know right now we have about 546 guardianships active in the county. So our volunteers are taking a good chunk of those. And then in terms of wings and the delinquency rate, when we first joined the wings program, the delinquency rate, which is the rate of guardianship reports that are turned in 90 or more days overdue, was floating around 30%. And last fiscal year, we got it down to 4% with some outreach, some partnership from the courts. So we're sitting in a much better position going forward.
Sure. Yeah, okay. Yes, so this is all, again, from the work management intern, which we do hope to be able to get a position permanently for the future. So thank you, Denise. And that is all I have. I feel like the ladies did a great job of thinking.
Great job. All of you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we're on track. Do we want to take a break or keep rolling?
Andrea's got a question.
Andrea, yes, you have a question. Yep, I saw your hand.
You're on, yeah.
Right, all right. This is just real quick. Mamuna was at open house, the South Irving Street house on October 26th, 4 to 7.
Yes, yes,
Okay.
Andrea.
I was getting, okay, thank you very much. I hope to come. Thank you.
Great, great, thank you.
All right, we're on a roll. So we're going to keep going then. So let's start with housing. Audrey.
Thank you. On your desk table, you will see a letter that the Housing Committee wrote to the county board in support of the Sunrise Senior Living on South Glebe. They were going to meet on Saturday to look at the rezoning that, I think it's several different blocks. I was not able to be at the meeting on Saturday, so I don't know how that conversation went. Apparently Alice was there, so I will follow up with her. Unless anybody here knows. No, okay. Because of the time frame, the executive committee voted on this, but if anyone has any questions or interest in talking about this, I'd be happy to talk to you about it. That brings up for me, I met with Kellen McBeth last week, and he is the chair of the Housing Commission. And I wanted to understand kind of what they do versus what we do and how we can work together. And they look at all the residential programs, and I asked him if he could make sure that he alerts me to anything that has an older adult component, so if assisted living, or if he thinks there's anything relevant to us, and how we can both advocate for the same thing. They're very, very focused on affordable housing, and I'm just trying to make sure that he's got older adults in mind. So that's going to be helpful. He's interested in universal design. I talked to him about that. I gave him the draft of that. He does want us to come present that. Their November meeting is booked because they didn't have an October meeting for some reason. They want a time in November. So we're looking at either December or January for a universal design presentation to them. So that support will be really helpful for us. We're working on a strategy now, which will lead us to our goals. So that's a topic for tomorrow's meeting. So we're always a little out of sync because we meet the third Tuesday and we meet here the third Monday, but I'm working on that. And the other thing that I'm interested in taking on as a little job is parking for these assisted living and independent living. The county has some sort of general rule about parking. But I do know that at Woodland Hill and Culpeper, they don't have enough parking, and neither of them are on main commuter routes. They're not near Metro. So I'm going to do a little poll, I think, if it's okay with everybody, to some of these places, Culpeper and the Jefferson, to see what their parking situation is. And just try to get a sense for older adults what the older adult parking situation looks like. The county can't break it down.
All right.
And that's my idea.
And we will We will.
Okay, I put you on the spot. All right.
Good teamwork. Andrea, you have a question?
Oh, this was as far as the letter, to Libby Garvey and the board, as far as the CHPD, taking up, their adopting, their policy. I was a little confused in the letter. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, the letter is fine, but I was a little confused. We say that the county CHPD staff has been studying this issue for more than a year with limited progress, but we're also asking we hope that we are hoping that the CHPD study of this issue provides guidance to developers to address the need for affordable housing. So I just was it sounded as if there were problems with this CHPD report, but we're asking the county to go and to use it for guidance to developers, and I just was wondering about that. That's all.
Do you have any thoughts on that, or follow up later?
I'll follow up with. We can talk.
The letters are sent, so this is moot. So.
We're trying to make the point here that Alexandria and Fairfax have done a good job of requiring affordable units. And for reasons that Kellen could not explain to me last week, Arlington has different legal abilities than Alexandria and Fairfax do to be able to require a percentage, and I'm not sure of that, and I need to delve into that.
All right.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Chaudhry, for reaching out to Kellen and our other counterparts, because we need to have that outreach because we're not in it alone. So appreciate that, and for advocating for affordable housing. So thank you so much. Next, legislative, Anthony.
Good morning, everyone. So for the legislative committee, we've met with Senator Favola and Adele McClure, and currently coordinating a meeting with the staff of Delegate Alfonso Lopez. In the last two meetings, and William probably already alluded to this on his portion as he was participating, we got some really good guidance from both Adele McClure and Senator Favola. In particular, Senator Favola provided some guidance on a particular NBAN item that Jim Richardson is heading up. So there's going to be some work to tailor that for her to potentially introduce it. So that's going good. Robert, questions are really coming together for the forum. So we're going through that process now. And everything else is moving along well in the legislative committee. That's all I have right now.
All right, Anthony. Bowen, any additions on your side? No. Okay. Yeah. So legislative, thank you so much. Thanks for working with NVAN, networking, and advocating with our representatives. And yeah, they had a lot of good pointers. They're actively interested. So that was great. Thank you. Long-term care, Maguna.
Yes, already. So the long-term care committee met last Thursday. Thank you all again for those that participated. And the committee talked, is Charlie here?
Yes.
Oh, there you are, Charlie. Across the column there. And the committee met and we reviewed, made updates, and we learned that the assisted living regs that would have protections for discharge appeals for assisted living residents is not being supported. In fact, it's being strongly opposed by the providers. And so it's not expected to move forward because of the strong opposition, which means that, our assisted living residents would suffer and not have the appeal structure in place or the rights to appeal any inappropriate discharges. Doesn't mean that the ombudsman program of Northern Virginia would not look into any improper discharges. But that is a concern, and the committee is looking to take that up in a subcommittee and write a letter and share the strong concern. Did I get that correct, Charlie?
Yes.
Okay, and Charlie's gonna lead that effort. So thank you, Charlie and Erica. And so that should be something that gets presented to this commission and hopefully shared with the Department of Social Services. So we are going to look at also contributing to the age-friendly plan. We know that this is being looked at across this commission and the subcommittees and see how we can strengthen language or incorporate language in terms of long-term care residences being represented in the age-friendly renewal plan. So that's going to be reviewed. Did I miss anything?
No, I don't think so, but I would only like to emphasize the fact that in the age-friendly plan, the domains which are, the model is set by AARP and we've followed them, they have a category for housing, and they have a category for community and health supports. But in our last round of planning, it tends to make residences, particularly nursing homes, kind of drop out of the picture because they don't really clearly fit in either of those. So we hope to come up with, and we don't have to stick with those domains. So one of the questions is, do we need a domain specifically for long-term care residences? And what would our goals be in such a domain? And maybe they can be melded into one of those other two categories. That's really what we'll be originally debating. But one concern is that nursing homes are generally, they're heavily regulated by the federal government and the state, and the county doesn't seem to feel it has any ability to do much other than the public health monitoring of COVID. And to a certain extent, the ombudsman does what they can, but they're really not a regulatory body. So is there ways that we can make greater engagement between the county and the most restrictive long-term care residences, i.e. nursing homes? So there's a lot of issues, boiling around in all of that. We hope to address.
All right, thank you, Charlie. Thank you for your passion for this topic, and thank you, Amuna, Erica, and look forward to hearing more from your subcommittee study. Link PAIE, how you doing?
Hi, we're working on creating a gathering of the stakeholders of being seniors, like AAA, the police, the Commonwealth Attorney, VICAP, and others, to address fraud and elder abuse. With new technology, we are becoming increasingly inundated with opportunities to take things from you through fraud and elder abuse. So we're working on a series of presentations, mostly at our senior centers, that will help focus attention on the awareness, the avoidance, the handling, and the recovery from fraud and elder abuse.
Okay. All right, thank you, Link. Yeah, very important topic. I know, as you said, a lot of our partners are focused on it, and thanks for incorporating the senior centers, and thank you for doing that. All right, any questions for Link? Okay. Yes.
Oh, wait.
Andrew.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I just wanted for PI, the committee, is that, to mention that the walking school bus now has a school. It's Corral, and it's Innovation Elementary over on Key Boulevard is now has an US bus. Just wanted to mention that. Thank you.
Excellent. And
piloted at Oak Ridge, and now is spreading throughout the county. And APS in the future will be assuming responsibility.
Okay.
A classic example of identifying issues and motivating people to make it happen.
Thank you, Andrew.
Right. I have a meeting on the 23rd with Reed Goldstein to see if we can make that happen. Thank you.
Yeah, good luck on your grant application also.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes.
For Link, in your focus on fraud and elder abuse, there have been a lot of really good tools developed at the national level for fraud and elder abuse. Your focus on that. I wondered if you're looking at what's already been developed. There's been a lot of good tools and resources at the federal level that you might be able to incorporate into your
We
presentation.
anticipate having people from the FBI, from SEC, from the post office and other entities, all who are inundated with claims against their areas.
Okay.
They are perhaps the national experts who will be talking to us.
Okay.
Great. Yes, thank you so much. Yep, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. And networking with, beyond the commission to other parts of the county as well as AARP and SEC as you're doing. That's a great
And
effort.
aside, if you want to learn anything about fraud and abuse, go to the ARP website.
Yeah.
They have a plethora of information available.
Excellent. Thank you. Do you have anyone calls on PIO? Do we have anyone from PIO to brief? Okay. Jim, we don't, I don't see anything from PIO, so we'll move on to transportation.
Well, I can say something.
All right, yes.
Yeah.
Roland, I didn't see you, Chris.
No.
All the way to the left here.
I haven't talked to Carlos, but I just wanted to report that we have a meeting scheduled for next week to go over things. Also, Carlos and I met with Link, and we had a very long discussion on the SCAN project, because a very important part of that project is going to be public outreach. So we're working pretty much on a plan for that, and actually we worked on a rough draft, so hopefully that's going to be something that we're going to be able to finalize and pretty much present it to the commission.
Thank you, Roland. Yes, public outreach, very important. We do a lot of good work here, so we need to, publicize that so that our older adults in Arlington can take advantage. So thank you so much for doing that. All right, Jim. Now, how are you doing? Now, Coach? Yes. Please, yeah. You're ready to play, as I say.
Thank you. Let me lead off with Joe's report on the Transportation Commission.
The Transportation Commission met on the 28th of September. There were a number of information items. The action item had to do with the Sunrise Senior Assisted Living Project. That did go to the county board on Saturday, and I don't know either what they did with it. But that will provide 99 assisted living and memory care units. And it's being built South Glebe Road. It's a Methodist church, the manse where the pastor lived, and then a parking lot. That whole area is going to be developed. So hopefully it did pass. The parking was an issue, although the Transportation Commission talked about it, but then later there was more controversy about that. The rate would be 0.44 spaces, which isn't quite for every two. So anyway, I don't know what the county board did about that. And then the fact that there were not going to be any assisted living units, affordable assisted living units. The other item, which now the time on it has passed, but comment for the STAR program was extended until the 15th. And I guess today is the 16th. So anyway, I don't know what will come of that. The only other thing I want to mention is that Art is offering free rides from, it started October 2nd till the 25th of December during rush hour. So I don't know if any of you ride on ART, but you can run free during the rush hour times, all of their buses. That's it.
Thank you, Joan. And I will say that I did respond to the STAR requirement or request as the co-chair of the Transportation Committee, and gave them some information about our outreach programs and how STAR features very prominently in that effort. Okay, so we're going to get together for a meeting on the 2nd of November at Fairlington, and we're going to talk mainly about the age-friendly 5-year plan, make sure that we understand what we want to do and we have a strategy to do it. I won't go into that now, but I'll brief next meeting. We also will talk about a letter on the transit strategy and George Mason multimodal, as well as the senior loop comments, and we'll get those to you. Is that going to be in time?
Sure.
Okay. And then finally, how we can help on parking. We have been involved in parking mostly on a more commercial basis. I really understand the frustration of dealing with parking, but it is a significant problem. That's it.
All right, thank you, Jen. Alice, you had a question?
Yeah, I could just respond about the Sunrise project on Saturday. A couple people have mentioned it. It did pass. I'm pretty sure it was unanimous. There could have been one, I'm not sure, but it definitely passed with the ratios that Joan mentioned. And there was talk about the grounds and making it greener. There was some pushback about the large size of the parking lot. And then there was a lot of discussion about affordability, what we were talking about earlier in the meeting. And according to, the calculation about the contribution versus the on-site unit conversation we were having earlier, they have the option there. The calculation comes to $225,000 or one on-site unit. So presumably they're going to choose the 225,000 because it's, markedly less expensive for them. But that decision doesn't have to be made on a property until the certificate of occupancy. So it is, a couple of years, maybe more years down the line. And that's where people were discussing, what could we be doing different in Lee and Arlington? And is there something that might be figured out, more countywide that might help create this one unit here, or figure out how the county might pull together resources and do any other subsidizing of some of these units on site. So there is time if we, find a magic bullet to apply it here. So that's all.
All right, Alice, thank you so much for your active interest and for sharing that knowledge with us. All right, we're going to go next to the liaison reports. Age-friendly, do we have Erica? Are you?
Yeah, I know that might sound a bit close, but I am here.
Yeah, we need a transparent post.
So I would just say, and on behalf of Cynthia Davis, who is out of the country right now, it's wonderful to hear that all the committees are engaging in their age-friendly goals and objectives. This is exactly the right time, and I think that we're really off on a roll, and because all of the committees are doing this now, we can start to get sort of an overview, and that sort of gets back to Charlie's point about the domains and how we want to cut these domains. So once we get a larger picture, I think we can clarify that question a little bit. And then I'll just remind everyone that the Age Friendly Task Force is here. We're here to, as Cynthia always says, we're a process group. So we can help you through the process. And if you have any questions, we're here. Oh, yes, Joan Summers. And I just wanted to congratulate Kathy for becoming the co-chair of Age Friendly. Yes, thank you, Joan, for that update, because we've long needed a commission member who's, a commission member to chair or co-chair the Age Friendly Task Force. Great. Look forward to it. We got it. Excited to kind of think ahead. Yes. And look at the domains differently. And so next month. Next month. You can give a report. Will do.
So thank you, Kathy. Thank you, Erica, both of you for your commitment to this. So much appreciated. And we will be discussing further, as Erica noted, regarding the domains and committees that are supporting each of those. So thank you so much for that. And Alliance, Andrea.
Okay. This is it's a 55 plus program. Well, 55 plus turns 70 next year. This would be October 24. And that Carrie Conley at Arlington Mill has been hired as the Arlington Mill new director. The 55 plus program, Jennifer and the guys are going and interviewing for the nutrition service supervisor. This is to take Nick England's place, who has been absorbed, in the county, public affairs. And that they're finalizing the fall guide, and there is a planned increase in virtual programming. In-person programming and the extent of in-person programming will continue. It's just, to go and to increase the virtual programming as well. And this is part of their continued collaboration with Fairfax Senior Programming. And then as far as the Alliance, I wanted to mention that its computer class for low-income seniors, is continuing over at Apex, which is an affordable housing development by Arlington Housing Corporation. That's it.
All right, thank you, Andrea. Thanks for keeping liaison with our partners. Next, a link, Alexandria.
I was embarrassed to be out of the country for both the Arlington and the Alexandria Commission on meetings last month, so I have nothing to report.
Okay. All right. Thank you so much. And I know Michael Schuster's been working with us on the NVAN legislative, and so he's a good partner for us. Thank you. Wendy, Arlington Neighborhood Village.
Right. Thanks, William. I actually am going to talk about two different subjects. Okay. One is this Senior Ambassador Program. So I'm just going to tie that into Arlington Age Friendly. As you all know, we have a project manager. We're working on pulling together the list of programs and resources for seniors in Arlington. It will be a handbook, and the handbook will then have up to 25 or more senior ambassadors that are going to be embedded in communities to help be that front line of information, not experts by themselves, but information directing members of the public to where the expertise is. What we're proposing to do is initially what I would call a pilot effort. We could work on the handbook for 2 years, try and find all the programs and activities that are available to seniors. What we want to do is get a version out and get a set of ambassadors assigned and run the program for a little while and then get feedback. And from that feedback loop, figure out what do we need to do different, better to create a second aspect of the handbook and volunteers. So this is good news. I'm not sharing to say, oh, it's delayed. It's not. It's on target. But we didn't want people to think that the first thing we issued was the end all and the be all. It's going to be the best effort we can do right now and what we know. Do that as a pilot, learn, and then reissue and grow the program to be more and better. We've got great working relationships with Helen and Rachel and others developing all that resource material. We met on Friday with a design team that's going to look at how they can make it look pretty and make it also easy for us to update so that as things change in any one program, we can easily get updates out, shared with people, not at too high a cost for replication. So are there any questions on senior ambassador program?
Yeah, great effort.
So then A and B, where are we? So quick update on Arlington Neighborhood Village. One, we're looking at almost a 22% increase in service requests fulfilled this year over last year. And one of the reasons that is going up is because our membership is growing. We're currently at 385 members, and I think all of you can appreciate how that's almost a doubling of where we were just 2 or 3 years ago. Of those members, 1/3, 35% are low income. And not only are 1/3 currently low income, but the incoming new members, prospects, 40% of those are low income. So we're clearly expanding the scope and reach of Arlington Neighborhood Village. And in addition, but with that growth also becomes the challenges of fulfilling rides. So we are looking this past month that our statistics dropped much more than we would like in terms of rides fulfilled, transportation rides fulfilled specifically. So the challenge with growing members is also growing volunteers. And not only growing volunteers, but growing volunteer drivers, and not only growing volunteer drivers, but growing volunteer engaged drivers who are raising their hand to do the work. So just FYI, it's something we are looking at, concerned about. It's a good news story, but it has, a little bit of an undercloud.
Oh, Wendy, it sounds like you also have a shrinking per.
Well, for low income, there's a sliding scale,
Yes.
absolutely. What we did in December of 2020, right, sort of, midst of the pandemic, our board adjusted the membership fees for lower income people. It used to be the fee was $100 for everybody under $49,000. It's now $100, $50, or $25, and some 30 people pay nothing.
Right.
So there's definitely a sliding scale. Of the low income people that we are bringing on, the bulk of them are at the $25 and free level. Not 90, but something like 40, 50%.
How does that affect your budget?
Well, we have to raise money. So, the challenge is, when we also look back, and maybe there's an opportunity to put presentation at one of the meetings. But as we look back, we relied heavily on membership dues in the beginning. That was like 68% of our money. Today, 1/3 of our money comes from membership dues, 1/3 of our money comes from grants, and 1/3 of our money comes from individual donations. So we've got to continue to explore opportunities to raise money. Grants are not always reliable year to year, so there's a little bit of a risk in there. But that's where we are.
Thank you.
Yeah, that's, the financial aid fund supporting those low-income members is about a $60,000 requirement each year, and growing, as we said.
So Wendy, I have a question. What is your outreach approach to find these lower income people?
So right now, the outreach is really through our affordable housing partners. We have wonderful relationships with Culpeper, Hunters Park, AHC, APA. The resident services managers in those facilities can make referrals to us of people who would benefit from our support. And in terms of, the processing in of new members, if we get a referral from one of those facilities, and the resident services coordinator can affirm that this person's income is XYZ, then we just rely on that. We don't require the person to prove again that they're poor. So that pipeline coming in from affordable senior living is really what we're seeing with both of our lower income members.
And we always mention A&B in our outreach program too. And receive very favorable comments.
Thank you.
Looks like we have a question from Andrea. Any other questions for Wendy? All right, Andrea, go ahead, please.
Okay, a quick question, Wendy, you probably mentioned this. When do you hope to have, your senior ambassador handbook to date out?
Good question.
She's good at that one.
Did I not mention that? I don't have a specific date for you. Our goal is by the end of the year. There is a requirement it's interesting, we have a requirement to share the materials in a review process with the county. And I'm not suggesting that that's going to be the holdup, but it's just there's going to be a multi-step process to getting this done.
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
And also, Andrea, just FYI, we wanted to have the handbook at hand before we started recruiting volunteers. We didn't think it was going to be useful to recruit volunteers and have them twiddle their thumbs, waiting to be called on to do work, because they'll just become disengaged. So we wanted to know where we were with the handbook to start the volunteer recruitment and to have all of that go together.
Yeah, so Wendy, thank you so much. You're a powerful ally and
Usually it's late in the agenda and I say, oh, I'll just give you my written notes. So it was nice to be able to have an opportunity to share.
Yeah, sounds like the program's in good hands, so really appreciate it.
Thank you.
And I think next is Erica. Again, Commonwealth Council.
Yes, so the Commonwealth Council on Aging met on September 27th. We adopted our 2023 annual report, and that includes the legislative platform. And the really good thing about that is that now, because of legislation that Barbara Cabola introduced a couple of years ago, it's posted online for all legislators, all members of the public, as well as media. Anyone can see that annual report with its legislative platform in it, and that's a big jump ahead. There are 11 items in the legislative platform. Interestingly, 4 of those 11 are the same as in there. So hopefully that will add some weight to some of those items. The Administration for Community Living has approved the DARS State Plan for Aging Services 2023 to 2027, and that's online. And if you haven't looked at that, you might just go online and take a look at that. And then finally, the Council heard 4 information pack presentations. We were inundated with information, and you know how much information we have right here at the local level. So if you can imagine at the state level, there's so much going on, and we've heard wonderful in-depth presentations on the Senior Community Service Employment Program, the Weldon Cooper Demographics Research Group, which has an aging data dashboard demonstration. We heard an update from the No Wrong Door program with its social health connector tool. And finally, we heard about the Virginia Housing Accessibility Programs and Housing Resources, which of course connects with the things we've been talking about today. So all that is available. Much of it is online, and I can, if you're interested in any of those, just let me know.
Thank you, Erica. And thank you for your continued contributions, and to all the past chairs who are continuing to contribute, and past commissioners. So especially Linda, I always appreciated her support in this. Next, steering committee.
Just really quick, the next steering committee meeting will be on November 17th at Lover Run. And the topic is the annual Medicare update. Michelle will be one of the 2 presenters, I believe. I think there's a second person that will also be presenting, but Michelle will also be talking about Medicare specifically at kind of the local level. So that meeting is from 10 to 11 on November 17th at Lover Run.
All right, do we have any other, anything else? Move on to the next agenda item? Okay.
Excuse me, may I make a suggestion? I don't know if it's appropriate or not, but I know that there's been conversation about trying to get the Chamber of Commerce involved a little bit, and I'm guessing a lot of their members are also providing senior programming. So if there's a way to communicate with them and invite them to come to this session, it might be helpful. They might be interested.
For the steering committee?
Yeah, so I don't know, Helen, if you can reach out to, I know they've got a communications person, I don't know who it is anymore, But if there's a way to advertise that availability, they might be interested.
Yeah, no, I think that's definitely something we're looking at, and possibly more than a restructure kind of the steering committee, to get more of the business community involved. Because if anyone has attended a meeting recently, they are quite small. But we have heard from a few providers of just some ideas, suggestions of getting more engagement across the business community and especially across the provider community. And this is something we do jointly with Alexandria as well. So there's a lot of really great opportunity here. But we can, yes, we can reach out to some of them as well. And then if anyone has a point of contact at the chamber, we can reach out, but if there is someone who has a point of contact that would be interested in engaging with them, Wendy, thank you. Okay, so maybe we can connect.
There's a community action committee that meets on a monthly basis, which is somewhat nonprofit focused. They may be a good way in, and I can certainly make introductions.
Okay, yeah, that'd be great.
Wonderful, wow, a lot of great ideas. So Linda, thanks for that suggestion, and Wendy, and thank you both for following up.
And don't forget about the JCs either. They're young, spirited. Sometimes if they glom onto a project, they'll do the job.
Do we have any contact there?
I do have contact with them.
Great.
My granddaughter.
There you go. There we go. All right. Good connection. Okay, moving on to the next item. Any old business that we need to bring up? No. Any new business? Okay. So a lot of people mentioned age-friendly plans, so we're going to be discussing those in the executive committee. We'll take a look at the domains and the committees to support them. Also wanted to update that Roland and Kathy and Link are focused on a recruiting committee. So we look forward to that outreach. We'll also be, a number of individuals reached out to me regarding streamlining our meetings, not just this one, as well as the executive. So we're looking into that as well. Any other new business? Any announcements? If I don't see any, if not, our next meeting is on November 20th, this location. And we really appreciate your contributions and look forward to working with you. Meeting is adjourned.
Yay.
Yay. All right. Thanks a lot.
Bye, everyone. Bye, everyone. Good to
Bye,
see you.
everyone.
Okay. Tell me how you've been.
Yeah.
Chair of that.
Mr. Comments.